All right, and we should be back now. What's going on, workflow? How's everything going with you? I just tried restarting the stream, so let me know if this is a little bit better. Oh, shoot. Oh, I didn't even change the latency settings. Okay, well, I will keep an eye on it. Bitrate seems to be pretty good through OBS. So we're just gonna not breathe on it too hard and hope that that stays good. Please do let me know if it starts lagging again. I may have to restart again and actually change the latency settings this time around. But I do like using the lower latency settings. It seems to be better for interaction between the chat and everyone. Because I was doing it on the normal latency yesterday, and there was probably like a 45-second or so delay. Crafters, we got 5 minutes until the trailer premieres. All right, should we watch it on the stream? Do you want to share it with the stream? We can watch it on here. So anyways, if you guys caught the morning stream, we're continuing making the battle system. Awesome, we'll definitely watch it then. So yeah, let us know when that's ready and we'll check it out. But if you're checking the morning stream, basically we're kind of getting the whole battle system for my game implemented, the turn-based battle system stuff. And I finally did get a build published, so you can go play that, even though it doesn't really make sense in the context that it's in. But if you were paying close enough attention to the stream, you might kind of understand how to play. So that's, I think, kind of like the next major thing that I want to add in is sort of like a dialogue system. So basically, we can have a good understanding of what exactly is going on and being able to like convey that to the player. So of course, if you've played any turn-based role-playing games, like definitely like Pokemon comes to mind, where there's just like a text box at the bottom of the screen saying, this player attacked this player with this attack. So yeah, I think that's going to be one of the main things that I'm going to implement in, was it a Jam game that I originally used this in? No, I think actually for my game Escape the DJ Booth, which is on sale on itch.io right now, I made kind of like a dialogue system for it, and I ended up making, I think, like a tutorial video from that dialogue system, and then from that I basically just have a little Unity package, and I think I wanted to make that as plug and play as possible. So I'm gonna find that and then drop it into my project and hopefully just kind of make some of the necessary modifications that I need to in order to get that dialogue system working. Because yeah, I think the dialogue system is going to be a really important part of the game, just to let the player know kind of what's going on. So that's kind of going to be the major thing that I'm doing, and then also changing the attack execution into a coroutine so that things kind of happen sequentially, and we can as the player just step through the different attack actions as they're being executed. So anyways, welcome back to the stream. If anyone in here is participating in the jam, definitely let us know how it's going. I have a link scrolling up across the top, something like tmg.dev/GMTK2020-submit. And then if you are participating in the jam, you can submit your game to me through there. And then I'm going to be doing a live stream next week where I play through all your games and kind of give you my feedback on them. 60 seconds till premiere. All right. So right now we are waiting on the trailer for Crafter's game, and he actually made a trailer for his Jam game, which I think is pretty impressive. And so we're gonna be playing that here. Let me know how I can get to that. Are you gonna have like a YouTube link, or am I gonna download it from somewhere? Let me know the best way to get it. And then we're gonna be watching that on stream together here. Let me know if you can hear my desk. Actually, I need to switch over to my desktop before you can hear the audio. Just go through my channel. All right. Can you guys hear my desktop audio good? There's not like okay, I see the control or the premiere. Nice, you got 11 people waiting for it? Sweet. You got a nice little chat going here. Okay, here we go. Let me know how the volume on that is. It's too quiet, too loud. All right, very loud. Okay, is that better? I didn't have two tabs open. I had two audio sources going. But is that better now? Oh, sorry, you guys. Did not mean to make your ears bleed. Hey, we're figuring this out. We're making it work. We're making it work. YouTube Smiley is not smiling much. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Keep control trailer. Help me. Suspenseful. That's awesome. I really like that glitch effect you have going. That's super cool that you made a trailer for a jam game like that. Nice. Good stuff. Looking forward to playing it. I think it looks really good. All right. So anyways, oh, you already submitted it. Good for you. Cool. Cool. Well, I will check it out on Tuesday morning. I'm going to be doing a little bit of a live stream. Once again, I've said it a few times, but I might as well say it again. If you are participating in the GMTK Jam, excuse me, feel free to submit your game to me, and I'm going to be playing it on a live stream Tuesday morning. So I have the link going across the top, and it's down in the description. So yeah, should be a fun time. So anyways, basically where we left off is I was rushing to create a build. I finally did create a build, and I can show it off to you. It's pretty much not that crazy, but we can go in to the play mode here. We'll hit begin battle. First thing that you need to do is choose your action. In this case, we just have our player attacking. So attack, and then now we're in the select target phase. So now we'll just go ahead and select the enemy as a target. So click the enemy, and then now we're back into the select action phase. One thing I need to do is disable this attack button so we can't like attack multiple times. Actually, I wonder, let's try that out, see if we actually can. So if we'll attack the enemy again, now it should, yeah, you can load up on actions before ending the turn. So this should take him out in one turn. So if we hit end turn, yeah, that wipes his health out. And I think the enemy attacks for basically all our health at this point. So yeah, the player ran out of health, the enemy ran out of health. Okay, cool. So I think we can probably clean up a few of those bugs here. First, and one thing that I don't even think I did once this morning was commit to GitHub. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I added in a bunch of the stuff. Say completed basic implementation of player attacking. Pre-enemy action state, so you can check for death before it does its action. Right. Well, I think that would actually take place during the player action playback phase. But I think I do want to have, I maybe am, if I start to implement status effects, like a poison or burn type effect, then I'd probably have another intermediary state. But right now, I think when the player dies, it just removes it from the list, but it doesn't like disable attacking or anything like that. Okay, so we have the action button. Okay, I might want to analyze state after each turn, and then you can do all sorts of game logic in there. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's like critical at this exact moment, but it's definitely something that would be good to add in. I mean, it's probably better to add it in sooner rather than later, but I want to at least clean up a couple things first. Okay, so when we spawn the battle action buttons, just want to put a reference of this on the character. Seems like the stream is running a little bit smoother. Let me know if it's still lagging for anyone. We're having a little bit of issues when I went live here, but it seems to have mostly gone away. Hello, Frederick. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Doing pretty good, just hanging out, doing some game development. Are you just hanging out in the stream today? Are you participating in the GMTK jam at all? Yeah, it is tough with 2 days. That's what makes it fun, is because it's tough. Yeah, these game jams, man, they're always challenging. No matter how many times you do them, you still learn a bunch of new things. You know, push yourself, try some new things, learn some new things. I really think that game jams help you kind of hone your skills as becoming a finisher and actually finishing games that you make. So I think they're really important to, just kind of push through that. And, I feel like in 2 days, you never end up making as much as you want to make in your game. But if you can just keep rolling with that and force yourself to make something, then you can come out with something really good in the end. So definitely participate in game jams as often as you can. True. Is this your first game jam, or have you done other game jams in the past? This is the first time I've done the GMTK jam, but I've done the Ludum Dare jam several times. Those are all 48-hour game jams as well. So this will be from the curaction.source.gameObject. I'll try to do a local game jam. So you went to somewhere in person, and then you kind of like met up with some people and basically created a team there, like an in-person type event. They did all the work. So were these like random people, or had you met them before, or did you just kind of meet up with a group of people there? Oh, I see what I'm doing. Random people. I mean, that sounds fun. Sounds like a good experience. I mean, it's always cool to kind of be like a part of those, even like if you feel like you're not doing a whole lot, just to kind of like be around all that and like get an idea of what's going on and just kind of like expose yourself to all that. I think that's really good. I've actually never done an in-person game jam. There were a couple at my college, like over the course of the weekend. They did like the global game jam. So my college was like one of the sites that they had, but like every time they did it was always like a weekend where I was super busy and I could never participate in it, and I was pretty upset about that. Boom. Attack is disabled. And then so now I just need to re-enable it. Oof, yeah. No bueno. And so I could just re-enable it in the spawn battle actions here. So after we get the button, we can just say new action button. No. Gary already knows what the problem is. I need to pre-player action select, or I need that at least like a setup turn state. Here we go. On my quest to achieve 20 states by the end of this 48-hour game jam. So, I'm going to set this up, and in theory, this should break my tests, and I'll have to go redo my tests. So that'll be something fun for us to do. So the battle controller, instead of going from new battle setup to player action select, it's going to go into the setup player turn. And then if we are in the setup player turn, go ahead and change the state to player action select. That's how you know your unit tests are good. So this should break right now. Come over to the test runner and run the play mode tests. Look at that. Some beautiful red X's. So come over to the state machine test here. And then we'll say battle state should now be in the setup player turn. We'll wait a frame. And then, nope, not asset. Check to make sure that we are now in the battle state dot player action select. All right, Frederick, thanks for stopping by. By the way, if you are participating in the jam, you can also submit your game to me. I have like a link going across the top and down in the description below. I'm going to be playing through all your games that you all submit to me on a live stream next week. So if you do finish the jam, which I really hope you do, and best of luck. You have 20 hours remaining. I do as well. So enjoy the rest of your jam, and feel free to submit it to me, and I'll play it on a live stream next week. All right, now we'll run the tests. There we go. All green check marks. Sweet. Test-driven development, baby. All right. Sounds good, Frederick. So if the UI is in the battle state of setup player turn, I guess we can just say enable action buttons. Okay. And turn, do that, do that. Because when we cycle back to our turn, I think we're actually cycling back just directly to the player action select. So in the battle controller, after the enemy action playback, instead of changing back to the player action select, we actually need to change to the setup player turn. Okay, so we can't attack anymore. Now we can end the turn, and then boom, we have the ability to attack again. Sweet. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So that takes care of that. Should probably update my running list of tasks here. Okay, so we kind of have player and enemy completed, basic battle system and basic state machine are in place. Neutral units is something that we're going to need. Have a basic UI. I think a dialogue system is probably the next main thing that I'm gonna do. Yeah. So let me see if I can dig up that. Actually, while I'm doing this, I'm gonna go ahead and get a build rolling of this, and I can upload that. See, I can click around on it. So now I'm looking for I created like a Unity package a while back for a tutorial video that I made for a little bit of a dialogue system, and I tried to make it as pretty much plug and play as possible. So we'll see, we're going to see if I can basically just reuse that. If I could remember where I put it. My Unity tools, let's see. Letter by letter, that might be it. Need to pull up my channel real quick and look through some past videos. I think it might be the letter by letter one. Let's see. No, it's not that one. There we go, simple dialogue system. Okay. Dialog controller.unity package. This is kind of why it's nice to have simple things like a dialogue, some kind of dialogue controller or other little tools like that just available for you to use to just dump into any project. Because, you know, like a dialogue controller is something that you can use a lot and reuse a lot. Because I can kind of add some of the other tasks here. Of course, I'm going to need a cover image. Okay, I'm going to need to come up with a title for the game. Of course, I'm going to need some character art, so of some player character art, enemy character art, neutral unit character art, environment art, dang, are we dropping frames again? I haven't been monitoring OBS. It looks like my bit rate is kind of all over the place. It's like super high sometimes, and then I guess it might be dropping off again. It's not actually. It says it hasn't dropped any frames in OBS, but yeah, the bit rate kind of spikes down every once in a while. Seems to be pretty steady right now. Not going to breathe too hard on it. I think frames are dropping. Also, hey, what's going on, Chase? Welcome, welcome. Let me see what YouTube's saying, because OBS is looking pretty green. Ooh. YouTube is giving me a widget. What does the widget do? Okay, it says I have an error. It says my stream status is poor right now. Interesting. Yeah, it seems to be going in and out. Oh, dude, were you on my stream when I was watching it? I really liked your game trailer quite a bit. I really liked the that whole kind of glitch effect that you had, and like that how the like the screen all just kind of like flew into the background. I thought that was really cool. I am very impressed that you had you have a trailer for your Jam game. And then there was that one part where you like had to enter a name or something, and it just said "help me." I thought that was funny. So, anyways, let's go ahead and upload the latest build here. Made it myself. Very nice. Did you use a different editing program for it, or are you able to do something like that kind of all through RPG Maker? Or did you just kind of like take some screenshots and video from it and use a different editing program? All right, latest build is up. Feel free to go test it out. And I mean, there's not a whole lot to test out, so not a whole lot of bugs to find, but feel free to go check it out if you like. tmg.dev/gmtk2020-build. Link is in the description. So anyways, I think it's time to add in this dialogue controller, and we can kind of start adding in some dialogue to the game. So let's just see what happens if I import this package. VSDC video editor. Okay. Is that a free program? Does it work pretty well? Okay. I've not opened this script in a very long time. So looks like I have a list of dialogue objects to keep track of the current conversation. It's free, but has a paid option. The free version is pretty packed with premium features, though. Okay. Cool, cool. Good to know that it works out well for you. There's a lot going on in here. Forgot how much I put in here. Okay, so with this dialogue object, which basically has, yeah, okay, so yeah, this has the speaker name, dialogue line. This is all good stuff that we want. Yeah, I forgot we can do like inputs. We can have different choices. I think that's a little bit more complicated than we need to get for this jam, but it's there nonetheless. Yeah, I think I'm basically just using it for this kind of basic line. You found a bug. You found a bug in your game or my game? When I attack and my turn, it instantly kills me, but lets me continue attacking. Yeah, so again, that's why I need to get basically the dialogue inputted here, because basically what happens is when you end the turn, then the enemy just attacks you right away, and the enemy's attack is equal to like basically what I have as the full player health right now. So that's why we kind of need to get the dialogue in here, so then it says, you know, enemy attack player. So I'm just not like kind of clearly conveying it over to the player right now, what's happening. Oh yeah, I forgot I have like a place where you can put in a player name. So I mean, this is an RPG after all, so we can have you enter your player's name. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. I'll just put this in the namespace as well. I mean, we're not going to do any choice dialogue, so I can take out all this choice dialogue stuff. Help me text was a joke, though. I thought it was funny. Hi, dialogue. Check for input. Advanced dialogue. Choice. That's just in the way. Change current conversation. Main character. Main character. Enter player name. And example dialogue. It is a little bit cumbersome the way you have to set this up. But it works. All right, I'm just gonna drop this in there and see what breaks. Okay. That's there. Okay. That's dialogue. I think that event system is redundant. All right, you didn't miss much. Basically, I just I found my dialogue controller script from a while back, and this is basically it. So it kind of pops up with basically just this basic dialogue, and there's a little advance button, and we can kind of advance through it here. And we can put input. So for example here, it's asking what your name is. So you can just put in your name, and then it'll like actually display the name of the speaker as well as the dialogue. So that's kind of the dialogue system that I had created a little while ago, and just dropped it in, and then now going to be kind of making that work with this game. All right, welcome back, Jackson. Good to have you back. Yeah, I think it's a pretty good little system that I made a while ago, and so I'm kind of just like going back through my code and just kind of figuring out exactly how to set it up. But yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult. So yeah, instead of doing like example dialog, kind of have to like set it up through code. Like, you know, you have to like write in all the input which you want here, so it doesn't like read it from a file or anything crazy like that yet, but so instead of doing, I probably could get away with just punching out these call them one-liners. Yeah, jam game jam, no need. So this is probably what I'm mostly going to be doing. So, okay, so I have the button here. So when I end the dialog, all right, end dialog is what we need to set. Less than a day. I know the exact time. We're under 20 hours away from submission. So, yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of time. See, I think you're just bragging because you finished your game in half the time that you had. 'Got to build that foundation first. Yeah, no, I think yeah, once the core mechanics and stuff, then it's just kind of like, laying the content and stuff on top of that. 179 submissions. All right. All right. Yeah, I know the submission hour is going to be pretty crazy. I mean, if there's 18,000 people who say they're going to be participating in, I mean, you figure at least half are going to be entering. So I would not want to be the itch.io server guys right now. They're preparing for war this weekend. Okay, so here, when we're setting up the player's turn, I'm going to call a setup player turn function. And then I'll go ahead and put this in there. Okay. So here in the setup player turn, dialog controller. Oh, dialog controller is part of a different assembly. What's going on, SL Tutorials? Thank you so much for the well wishings. I forgot, were you participating in the GMTK Jam this weekend? Well, I guess I can just drag this into here. No, I did not want the UI controller. I wanted the dialog controller, which is no longer open. Not participating, kind of busy. Yeah, no problem. It's been a busy week for me as well. But it's been good. I'm excited that I can participate in these game jams. I like to participate in these at least every couple months, and it's super fun to do it on the live stream with everyone hanging out here. So if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit that like button. Even if you have done so on previous streams, make sure you hit that like button on this stream as well. Helps the YouTube algorithm and whatnot. And feel free to subscribe to the channel, and let me know if there's any cool Unity tutorial vids that you'd like me to make in the near future, or if there's any kind of more general game development topics you'd like me to talk about. I know there's a whole bunch of cool things related to the design and the business aspects of game development, and I love getting real nerdy and talking about all that stuff. So feel free to let me know if you do have any suggestions for future videos. I'd really love to hear those. Hey, this is my first GMTK jam as well. Okay. All right, so here, I guess we can just call this the narrator for now. And the line will be player turn begins. Okay, and so now my tests should break again. But yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, so begin battle. Player turn begins. And then if we hit next, Didn't work. Basic line call function to be called when dialog line is shown. That will be called when it's shown. Show dialog shows that. So the button still should call the advanced dialog. Let's see if that's actually happening. Okay, so advanced dialog is being called, so that's good. I think it's probably getting hung up on this. Maybe. Okay. Browser build doesn't work. I'm telling you, man, the browser build is, you gotta have the browser build. The browser build is essential. Do you think it's a problem that you can figure out, or is it just like straight up not working? I mean, it's fine, obviously, if you only have the, Windows, Mac, Linux builds or whatever, but I think the browser build is, you're gonna get the most plays if you have a browser build of your game. Might be trying to hide the dialogue. But it's actually not. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so I'm just working with some old code here from a while ago. trying to figure out how best to set this up. I might so current conversation is not getting set right now because I was just doing like a simple a one-liner call. Current conversation is basically just a list of these dialog objects. And so current conversation is list of dialog objects. And I mean, it probably would be better as like a queue. Yeah, I could try to switch it up. What's the worst that could happen? Let me commit to the old GitHub first. So the difference is, I think this was basically, I mean, you got to go back to just ditch the first check since you're doing the same thing. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. Because I think the idea was I wanted, like in the instance that I made this, I basically wanted the ability to have just like these kind of like one-liner things. So if you like went up and interacted with an object, it could just like display just one line without going through the trouble of like creating a conversation, even though it only has one dialog object connected with it. But yeah. I don't even know if I'm going to use this. No, take that back. I guess I do use that. All right, what's the reason the browser build isn't working? Yeah, I thought it was going to be an easier change to change it to a queue. Just hit Control Z a bunch of times there. All right. Let's see if it works with these one-liners. So begin battle. Player turn begins. Boom. Player turn begins. Look at that. So actually, I think when I initialize the battle UI and I spawn the action buttons, I think I'm gonna hide the action buttons. Boom. Boom indeed. All right, here we go. Hit play. Begin the battle. Player turn begins. Okay, and now we are able to attack. We can attack that guy, and the turn, it does it. Okay, cool. So now we're gonna go and actually, yeah. So one thing that I remember, I think my tests should break here. Checking for a file that exists, but apparently it has to be case sensitive, and now it works. Oh, dude, that is the case sensitive thing has got me a number of times. So yeah, tests are failing. And actually I'm getting a null reference exception. Let's see why that would be. On setup player turn. Because we don't have a dialogue controller. Okay, so these tests still should be broken, but broken in a different way. Now, dialogue controller is getting an error. Here's why some physical teams make some people cry. I see. That's fine. Cur action target. Oh. Wrong script entirely. Dialogue canvas. We need a dialogue canvas now. Yeah, checking the console usually helps if you're running into any errors. Is there a way that I can just instantiate a prefab through my tests? Throw a null check on there and bail out of your unit tests. Because I don't actually need a dialogue controller. It's a good point. No, I don't need a dialogue controller. Awesome. Thanks for submitting your game. I'll definitely check that out in the live stream on Tuesday. Question mark. Got to remember that. Oh, you do a question mark on both? I don't think it likes that. I think that's right. Yeah. Okay. No problem. Figured it out. Yeah. All good. So we call begin player turn on the battle controller. All right, and back down to green check marks down the line. Cool. So now let me go ahead and commit to GitHub. And then we can actually work on implementing dialog for all of the individual actions. Yeah, I mean, reading C#, it's I mean, what other languages are you familiar with? But I mean, it's one of those things. Like, I feel like if you look at it and you watch videos of other people doing it, and you know, you'll pick up on it. If you have any questions on anything, let me know. Okay. HTML, VB, CSS. Okay. Okay. Is RPG Maker kind of like a visual scripting type language, or do they have their own kind of scripting interface? How does that all work? All right, so I'm going to change the execute actions into an I enumerator. So I think what I want to do is a wait until, because I'm basically going to have that the dialog, when you hit the next button, it returns true for something. So I think, yeah, we want a wait until. And let me pull up some documentation on this to use it correctly. Okay. All right, yeah, I'll look up the RPG Maker trailer when I have some time. What does MV stand for in RPG Maker? No idea. Fair enough. Two 2005, 1005. Yeah, I was thinking maybe Roman numerals. They're working on a new one called MZ. Oh, mobile version. Okay. So then what is MZ? Mobile version? Yeah, exactly. Nice. Mobile Zenject. Yeah. I am. I was just looking up some other code that I know I had done something similar before, so we'll do a should continue. And then I'll have a function that just sets the should continue to true. So welcome back, Tech Dave. First of all, the game that I'm working on doesn't have a title yet. It's something we still need to figure out. But the theme of the game jam is out of control. And so basically it's like a turn-based RPG type game where you are fighting an enemy, and of course you and the enemy are both trying to whittle your health bar all the way down to 0. And at the same time you also have a control resource, and that control resource basically you can spend that to control sort of these like neutral units on the battlefield. And when you do that, then it kind of like increases your attack power. Also, different people on the battlefield, they can like, you know, heal different units and stuff like that. And so yeah, it's just kind of playing with that like control as a resource. And then the more you kind of like use that control, then your control goes down. And then I'm kind of thinking that you know, as your control meter starts to go down, then kind of like random wacky things start to happen in the game. So that's kind of like the basics idea. So right now we're kind of like working on getting the turn-based mechanics in place and getting some nice dialogue systems in right now. So I guess you're saying that yeah, I'm just going to do it this way for now. I think this is simple enough. We'll see if this works. Private void. I know, I need to come up with a name, hopefully before submission hour. Yeah, I think it's doable for me. I definitely still have a lot of work to go, but we've been making some pretty good progress so far. We're kind of like doing a bunch of the back end stuff, and then once that's all done, then we should just be able to, you know, just slap some art on top of it and call it a day, right? Super easy. Gotta love game development. Barely an inconvenience. Just slap some art on it. Okay, so we'll execute that, and then now we'll also go to the dialog controller dot instance dot one-liner narrator Slap some art on top, call it a day. Spoken like a real programmer. Just get the art guys to do it. And I'm gonna actually have this execute return a string. Do I have a name on my character class? That's something we can put on there. If you put a $sign in front of quotes, you can just wrap variables in that right in your string to save on space and readability. So like it's an example, val, my val, and you can continue the string. Oh, I'm not ending the quotation there. I gotcha. Got it. That makes life 1,000 million times easier. Okay, I think that should be correct then. Source, action name, ed, target name for amount, hit points. Neat. Oh, good to know it saves on memory too. These are the things you wish you learned in school, right? Yeah, I mean, it's not, it's a simple little string, so. Right, because I need to actually start the I enumerator. Go routine. Yeah, that's one that I'm not going to forget. All right, Tech Dave, have some fun playing some Rocket League. That's such a great game. I have not played that in a long time. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed, and come back next week while I'm playing through everyone's games that they submitted from the GMTK Jam. You're never setting should coroutine to true, are you? I am in the continue dialogue, which should be called when I hit the next button on my dialogue controller. But it seems like it's just being set to true like right away. Here, I'll just move this up there. What's Black Desert? Don't believe I've played that or even heard of it. Okay. Wait, so player action playback. should start the execute actions. It's pretty cool. You can have so you're saying custom CSS on just your game page. I know you could do some configuration. Let me see. I see that I dropped some frames. I don't know when. Let me check back on YouTube, see how things are looking. It's looking stable right now. I think it's back. You have it enabled on your game page and your profile. Very nice, very nice. All right, looks like we're better now. Okay, so it executes the actions. Nice little construction monkey emoji there. Loading wheel. That makes no sense. All right, I'm gonna step away for just a sec, and I'll be back in just a minute. Alrighty, I'm back. So, catching up chat here, what are we stuck on? He has action class, won't conflict with action from system namespace. Yeah, it's wrapped in my own namespace. Yeah. So, basically what's happening here, it seems like it's just skipping ahead to the next state when I don't yet want it to. So I have my execute actions in a coroutine. And so basically it there's this should continue value set to false. We have this, it gets the current action. It's going to display the line using the cur action.execute. And so in here, it basically just kind of returns, you know, this person is attacking this person, yada, yada, yada. And then this continue dialog function should basically go to be executed when I click on the next button on my dialog controller. And so the coroutine should wait until this should continue value is set to true. But it seems like it's just skipping over to the next state. But it's not doing it through here, I don't think. Can't really do that. Why is that? Because the next update will call it and it'll... Oh. Are you sure? Because it should just stay right here. In the switch statement. Oh, okay. Because I keep just starting a new coroutine. I got you. So, I know the answer to that. We're going to make another state. Pre-player action playback. All right, so what are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, we're over halfway there. Good catch. Good catch. More states. I don't think we actually need to do anything now in the player action playback. Start the coroutine and put it into a new state. I do quite like this state machine pattern, I must say. It's fun to use. Okay. Let's see how badly it breaks now. Begin battle. Player turn begins. Attack. Click. End turn. What is end turn doing? Button end turn, change it to, it needs to change it to the pre-player action playback. Yeah, I've seen some people make state machines where they basically have the state and then like within that state they have like 3 different states, so there's pretty much like an enter, an update, and then an exit. So it's kind of like, you know, what happens when you enter the state, the things happening during the state, and then things happening you exit the state. Nice. Now I just need to name the player and the enemy. So the player is player, enemy, big boss. All right, begin battle. Player turn begins. Attack. And turn. Player attacked big boss for -5 hit points. Beautiful. That is exactly what we wanted. So now we need to do the same thing. Have a pre-enemy action playback. Boom. Boom. Oh, okay, okay. So the battle controller enemy action select changes this to the pre-enemy action playback. Okay. Begin battle. Player turn begins. Attack the enemy. End the turn. Player attack big boss for -5 hit points. Okay, now I think we just need to... So if we are in the enemy action playback, all right, I need to move. Okay, so yeah, the execute actions is in the enemy action playback. And then instead of changing the enemy action, yeah, I've gotten that before. Someone pointed that out to me, that my logo is very similar to GMTK's. It's even like 3/4 of the same letters as well. But I mean, if you look at like both of our full logos, you see how like we kind of came to that like shortened logo, so it fits nicely in the circle for the YouTube. Because like our main logos are different, but when we like, you know, condense them down, they look pretty similar. It's pretty funny. All right. I need to move that to there. If this works, which I think it should, then I'll create another build of this. Player attacked big boss for -5 hit points. Big boss attacked player for -10 hit points. Cool. Actually, let's deal with the what happens when a character dies. We'll print that out to the screen as well. Now this might be a little bit of spaghetti code, but it could still work. What do I want for now when the player died? I guess I can just reload the scene. Do it in a post state. So instead of checking if the character's dead, just in the modify health. Hey, what's going on, Demetrius? It's going pretty well. How you doing? Welcome back, welcome back. Whatever. I can change that later if I need to. Yeah, I see what you mean. Been doing a whole lot of coding. How are you compared to schedule? Don't really have much of a schedule going, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of back end stuff. So I mean, it doesn't look super pretty right now, but there's a good amount of stuff going on. We've got a state manager with 11 states in it, and Gary thinks we can get up to 20. Player attack big boss for -5 hit points. Big boss attack player for -5 hit points. Well, that's not exactly what I wanted to do. No, because the scene wouldn't reload until I click on the dialogue controller, and I actually never printed out the that the player ran out of health, or the enemy or whoever ran out of health. I would assume because yeah, the answer is that I need to add a post state. Every time we add a state, more states. I should put a counter up on the stream of how many states I have. And the only problem with this, and it's not really a big deal, is um, you could queue up a bunch of actions that attack the enemy, and then even though they already went down to 0, they could still keep getting attacked. But again, game jam, not really that big of a deal. Easy fix in the battle controller: before you execute the action, make sure the target is not dead. Fair enough. That's something that I'll add to my nice to have tasks. Carry the counter along from jam to jam and make attempts to break your a competition within a competition. States within states. You played any Valve games before? You mean like games made by the company Valve? Well, like Portal, Half-Life and stuff? Yeah, of course. Big fan of Portal 2. Why do you bring them up? Are you a fan of Valve games? I mean, they're great. Big fan of Half-Life 3. You played it? I don't think that game exists yet. Unless you're talking about the VR game, which I heard is super cool. I wonder if we make a death action, and then that's what happens when the character's dead. Because I want to have like in the post turn state, have another list of actions, because that's kind of where I'm thinking if I want to add status effects to apply those status effects in that post action state. How are we feeling about that? Exactly what I'm thinking. Okay. Okay. I mean, really, realistically, we could just add it to. Realistically, then we can just add it to the battle actions queue, and then we don't even need to worry about the post action stuff, right? Yeah. I mean, we could still have a post actions phase in case we need it, but so cool. We'll go ahead and add so we don't need to worry about the source. Maybe it could be cool saying, this character dealt the final blow to this character. Don't need to worry about the amount. And I don't think we need the action name necessarily. You talking about like a .exe installer? I have. It's not something I typically do, but I did do it for my game Escape the DJ Booth, which is on sale on itch.io right now. But yeah, I followed a YouTube video, and it was pretty easy. There was like a program that you could use to package it all up. It was pretty cool. You could add a lot of options to it. So if you're thinking of doing that, yeah, go for it. I'm pretty sure that was the same program that I used. Yeah. It was a pretty cool process. It wasn't too difficult. And I'm just realizing we're under 18 hours away for the end of the GMTK Jam. It's been a ton of fun so far. I hope you've all been enjoying it. Once again, if you haven't done so already, really appreciate if you hit that like button on the stream. Helps us out in the YouTube algorithm and all that. But yeah, it's been a ton of fun so far. I kind of like the idea that we've made, and I mean, realistically, it's just a good, fun weekend of a ton of programming. So yeah, I think yeah, let's keep it rolling. Okay. So on the character, so if health goes below 0, instead of calling character dead, I wonder if, is this something that I should just push to the front of the queue? The actions queue? Yeah. Oh, this battle action's public. No, it's private. Okay. Yep, L monks. That's exactly what it does. It just does a null check for it first. I think it's called like the null coalescing operator. Some neat little shorthand. Learn something new every day. I've been learning a ton this weekend. So I'm going to change my queue to a linked list because I want to add the character dead to the front, and it seems like I can do basically what I need to do with that. So add last, new action, add to front. So we'll do add first, new action. Instead of being DQ, we'll do remove first. What? Does that not do what I want it to do? Yeah, who needs code? I haven't used Playmaker. I do have a license for Bolt, which is a visual scripting that Unity recently just purchased, but I haven't really used it too much. Use a list and call insert. Okay. Stack Overflow is leading me in the wrong direction then. Yep, that's exactly B-O-L-T. Bolt Visual Scripting. It's in the Unity Asset Store. It is a paid for one. It's not like super cheap, but so insert, then we'll just do insert at position 0. And then list, add new action. And then do I basically I'd have to grab it and then remove it myself, right? There's no like DQ. Hey, you got money. That's good. That's good. Oh, you don't have money. Or wait, no, you said you don't care. I have money. There you go. There you go. But yeah, Unity recently just bought it, so they're super on board with it. They bought the company. at. Oh, remove at. Just doing that. No, that's just a void. All right, make sure this still works. So player tagged Big Boss for 5 hit points. Big Boss, okay. Skipped over something. All right, we got it. Collection was modified. Enumeration may not execute. In the check for dead units. Nice. Awesome. Which tutorial did you watch for your GMTK game? Welcome, by the way. I don't even think I need, yeah, I don't even need to do that anymore. Change it to a 4. Okay. I don't think I need to do that anymore because, yeah, I'm doing that in the action. Okay, so player attack Big Boss for -5 hit points. Big Boss attack player. So let me make sure I'm actually adding that action. I mean, I think visual scripting is good to get people in the door to start thinking about the logic of game development a little bit, and you don't need to necessarily worry about all the syntax and everything like that. And I mean, it's especially good if you're like an artist and you're literally just trying to make like a visual novel or something like that, and you don't need to get all crazy with programming. You can just kind of link some things together and you have yourself a game. But yeah, I mean, if you're doing something like what I'm doing here, which obviously isn't like the most complex thing in the world, but I think this would get pretty messy in visual scripting. and welcome to the channel. Glad to have you here. We're all about Unity over here right now. If you do have any suggestions for any tutorials for Unity, or maybe any other kind of game development topics in general, maybe talking about the business side of game development or some game design topics, I love to talk about all those kinds of things. So let me know what y'all are interested in. So I forgot to add the action is what was happening. I didn't forget to do it. I did forget to do it. Yeah, Unity's a blast. I mean, game development in general is fun. Yeah, no problem. I mean, that's how you start. You just start by messing around with things. And then, you get to the point where you kind of say oh, can I do this? Can I do this? How would I make this? And you start kind of building out a little project. And then when you run into some issues, then you just, kind of start looking things up, and then just build up that knowledge. So, I mean, playing around, having fun that's the way to learn. Okay. All right. See how badly this breaks. Okay, so now if I hit next, it should say that the big boss died. A player ran out of health. That's wrong. I have it backwards. Death action. Source ran out of health. Yeah, that's wrong. Target ran out of health. Doesn't the computer know what I'm trying to tell it to do? Doesn't it know how I think? Big Boss ran out of health. Yet Big Boss still attacked the player. Okay. Read my mind, computer. Or not. Now is as good of a time as any to commit to the old GitHub. Okay. So that's kind of being called twice. Yeah. All right. So I think now What I'm going to do is once the character actually runs out of health, then it's going to say character dead, which it already does. And then in the post actions phase, that's where I can basically check for win or lose conditions. Post playback phase, I can check for win or lose conditions. Yeah. Hello. Okay. So I'm gonna get the player and the enemy. Gonna copy this fancy line here to get the player. What is it not like? Oh, we gotta do an if. I guess we can remove the character also. So here we'll check if the player dot stats health dot cur is less than or equal to 0. Well, if the player's removed from the list, then they won't be in the list anymore. So when the character dies, do I want to actually remove it from the list? Yes, I do still. Because that will come in handy for neutral units. But I guess we could override it for the player. And then we're going to add in some more states. We need more states. But this is going to be a different enum. So victory status will have still playing, victory, and defeat. There's a link if I get stuck. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. And realistically, I could just put this in here. This would probably be a better place for it. Okay, so now we'll do a switch on the current victory status. So say case for victory status dot still playing. Case for the victory status dot victory. And a case for the victory status dot defeat. So if we're still playing, then we can just go into the enemy action select. For victory, then for now we'll just debug.log. Better idea, dialog controller. Beautiful. Check win lose state. Okay. So now character will override this, or sorry, virtual. Base.character dead, and then after that, then we can go to I guess I'll just make this public. Go to the battle controller dot instance dot curve victory status, set that equal to victory status dot defeat. And then I'm gonna do the exact same thing on the enemy class, except we'll set victory status to victory. So save it, come back over to Unity. All right, hit the play button here. Begin battle. Player turn begins. Attack. Attack the enemy. End the turn. -5 points. -5 points. Player turn begins. Attack. Attack the enemy. End the turn. Player attacked Big Boss for 5 hit points. Big Boss ran out of health. You won. And then... Okay, so that needs to close. Boom. Boom indeed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Happy with that. Dialog type, so it's not that. Dialog index is incrementing current conversation dot count. I wonder if because current conversation dot count should just be 0. Well, let's see. Well, so it's calling hide dialog. not it's not actually hiding the dialogue. I think it just is showing the current dialog object again, though. Because I set this up in a really weird way, and I can't remember why. That was why I had that one check there, but I think it was the right call to remove that. Well, hide dialogue is being called, but I think show dialogue is then being just called again. Good point. That's what that says. So hide dialogue is coming from 282 and 248. So it is that line that is being called. And so my hide dialogue function is supposed to set the speaker name text and the dialog text to nothing, and then just deactivate the entire dialog canvas. Let me go to show dialog and see if that's being called. I don't know why it would. Oh, there's a loop. Battle controller update. Check win-lose state. Uh-huh. So this keeps it in the post-player action. So you know what that means. Every problem that I've ran into in development of this game can be fixed with adding one more state. All right, I actually need to do this now. I'm setting up the counter right now. Okay, so I think it's at 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Woo! We have the state count. So anyways, if you're liking the shenanigans, feel free to hit the like button on this video if you haven't done so already. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I hope you're enjoying it. We're just hanging out, having some fun, doing a whole bunch of coding in this game jam. Been having a blast. Hope you guys have all been enjoying it so far. Once again, if you are participating in the GMTK jam, feel free to submit your game to me, and then I'm going to be playing it on a stream coming up on Tuesday of next week. Shout out to everyone making a TBS. Heck yeah, man. Are you making a turn-based strategy game as well? But yeah, so I'm going to be doing a stream next week where I play through all your games, and I think it should just be a fun time for us to hang out and give you some feedback on your jam game. Obviously, you know, your game's not going to be perfect. Mine is far from perfect. That's kind of how it goes with jam games, but this is just a great opportunity for you to experiment with something new. Work on finishing a game. All right, so indeed. Great to hear. Feel free to submit your game. I'd love to see it. Do you want to share anything about your game? What your take on the theme is at all? Okay. We have more states. You won. Boom. Boom. Time do you normally stream? I'd love to send across my game, but I'm worried since it's currently 3 a.m. here. So I'm planning on Tuesday going to be streaming at 9 a.m. That's Pacific time. So that's quite a bit earlier. That's like 10 hours earlier than it is right now. So that should be probably a pretty good time for you. And yeah, of course I'm going to have the VOD afterwards. Got an out-of-control enemy that spreads all over the place, forcing you to try to make or allocate space. I like it. I like it. Yep, and yeah, YouTube does save the live streams. Yeah, that kind of reminds me, there was a game jam, Ludum Dare game jam that I did a little while back now, and the theme was running out of space. And so I think a lot of people's kind of like natural reaction to the theme was to like make some type of game where you're managing physical space. You know, maybe you have some type of resource that's kind of like filling up the space, and the game gets more challenging as you have less and less space to do things. But I like to kind of like do like a literal take on the theme. So I made a game called Edge Runner where you literally run out of space. So like you're a dude who's running with his own legs on this like crazy mystical line thing in space. You're trying to run out of space, like past the edge of the universe. So yeah, it was just a silly little concept. I actually ended up turning it into a mobile game. You can look. It might still be on the Google Play Store. It's just called Edge Runner. But yeah, Google emails me every once in a while saying that I don't have the right terms of service or whatever. So excited to get my 48-hour masterpiece torn apart. Don't worry, it's all in the name of improvement. I'm trying to help you all to become better developers and make better games. I kind of want to look at the whole thing. Does the game, obviously play well? Is it fun to play? What are some of the design decisions that you made? How could you have made them better? Yeah, it's fun. It'll be fun. Yeah, sweet. Check it out. Alright, so now I want to see if we can lose the battle. Awesome. Good to know you're trying to get a job in game development. Are you trying to do programming or a little more generalist, or is there a specific discipline within game development that you want to try and get a job for? Okay. What is going on here? So yeah, post player action playback. Now, do I have a post enemy action playback? Nope, which means one more state. Okay, state added. I'm going to go ahead and increment my state counter to 15. We're getting dangerously close to 20. We started at like 3, and then Gary said that I was going to get to 20, and I didn't believe him. I didn't say it, but I didn't believe him. Programming concerned, I've pushed all my time into Unity and C# a little too hard, but it seems like there are quite a few jobs. So, yeah, dude, there are there are a ton of jobs for Unity. I mean, if you're looking to go at like a big AAA studio, you know, they a lot of times they use Unreal or um, just like a proprietary engine that typically uses C++, but I mean C# is still pretty commonly used in there. And the syntax of C++ and C# are fairly similar. But yeah, there's a ton of job openings with Unity. Unity is huge and it's being used all over the place. The crafter says this game still needs a name. I think it has a name, and I think it's More States. I'm definitely not finished. I am far from finished. But it's been going well. I'm having a ton of fun, learning a lot. Um, but I think I'm gonna have a good product in the end. How about you? Were you working on a game? Go cool, go cool dev. Did you do the GMTK jam? If so, did you submit it? So after the enemy action plays, if we're still playing, then what to go to? What is it? The pre-player action set up player turn. Yeah. And then after the player, then we want to go to enemy action select. Player ran out of health, player turn begins. That is not what I wanted to do. So it calls the player dead. player's dead. Set the victory status to defeat. Should check the win-lose status in the post enemy action playback. I think we have to go to the post enemy action playback. Yeah, I'm not going to the post enemy action playback anywhere. Beauty. Should add a magic system. I should probably also add like a crafting system. I need an overworld. I need some platforming elements in here. What else do I need? Oh, we need to have, I don't know. No, I do want to add, in all seriousness, I do want to add like status effects. So for some of the neutral units, I think I want to have like the neutral units essentially be like a replacement of items. So just like whichever kind of random units are on the field, they can, some of them maybe could add like status effects to different units. So you could have, you know, like a burn status effect that lasts a certain number of turns and does kind of damage over time. So that is something that I want to add in. Wait, is this working? You lost, and nice. Cool. Cool. We have win-lose states. So I think it's probably a good time to create a build of the game. So I will create a build now. And while this is building, I'm going to stretch out a little bit and just check in with you all. How's everyone doing? I know we've been kind of just hanging out and chatting for a while, but how's everyone doing in the stream so far? Everyone's still good? If you're working on a game, how's it going? What's up? Nice, awesome that you just finished your game. And I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to be doing a live stream next week on Tuesday. We're going to be playing through everyone's games that you submit to me. So feel free to submit your game to me as well. I have a link somewhere, just I think it's tmg.dev/GMTK2020-submit. The links are going across the top. They're down in the description, all sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, feel free to submit your game there, and I'll play it on stream and give you some feedback on it. But congratulations on finishing your game. That's super awesome. And Monks, all good here. Getting real tired though. How late is it for you where you're at? You've been jamming hard, just marathoning? Yeah, awesome. Definitely submit that. Go cool. Oof, 307. Woof. That's early, bud. You gonna go to sleep for a little bit, and then yeah, I've been going all day, almost at the point where I can add audio, and the rest will be nice extras. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, I think before I transition into making some more, or not some more, but starting on adding in some of the art stuff, I want to get the neutral units working as well. Just really basic, just attack and healing, I think, for now. And because that's pretty much the kind of like the interesting part of the game is using that control resource. So I definitely, that's a critical task. I'd consider that a critical task to get that implemented into the game. And then once I have that, then I can start looking into some more of the art and effects and everything like that. Looks like the stream is buffering up a little bit. OBS is looking pretty good. Well, I don't know. What more can we do? What more can we do? Video lag is back. Maybe everyone in my neighborhood is just all decided to log into Netflix right now. You guys are ruining my live stream. The game engine is damaged. I need to use some other game engine. That's too bad. What's the game engine you're using? Is Unity good for 2D? Yeah, I'm making a 2D game right now. I've made plenty of 2D games in Unity. In fact, most of the games that I make in Unity are 2D. Yeah, Unity's coming out with a whole bunch of 2D tool sets. And a lot of good like lighting stuff that's like really optimized for 2D. So I definitely recommend looking into it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe next time I make a build of the game, I'll monitor the CPU usage. Although it's reporting the stream is lagging again, even though the build is done. I feel like when I upload it to itch is the time when it really would lag. Yeah, cool. Have fun. Enjoy playing around with Unity. I've got a bunch of tutorials on the channel to help you get up and running with some stuff. If you already are sort of familiar with programming, I made like a big 4-hour long tutorial where it's like a top-down twin-stick shooter version of the game Doom that I think is a really good introduction to Unity if you're not like super familiar with it yet. I'd probably recommend still kind of like going through some of the basic Unity tutorials to just like get you all oriented within the editor. All right, great to see you. Hope you can join us on Tuesday. Yeah, submit your game to us. I'd love to play it, and hope you can come back and hang out with us on Tuesday. All right. Latest build is up on itch.io. That's over on tmg.dev/GMTK 2020-build. And the crafters, I think you asked, what do you use to make your short links? So I use, so I host my site on WordPress, and I just have a WordPress plugin called Pretty Links, Pretty links. And yeah, you can just make it, your domain name / whatever you want. So it's pretty easy to use. It's a little buggy, but it does what I need it to do. But yeah, so the new build is up. So go ahead, have fun, break it. All right. I think neutral units. Neutral units is the big thing. And check if target is dead before executing action. Yeah. Well, not using WordPress, but I know how to use it though. Yeah, I mean, I like WordPress a lot. I found a nice theme. I'm not that great of a web designer, so I kind of threw together my site over a couple days, and I think it looks pretty good. I just attacked myself, haha. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly how I want it, because I want it so like you as the player, you can attack any of the neutral units, and so you can kind of whittle the health down on those if there's like some neutral units who the boss is using that's like super annoying. Yeah, I mean, you could attack yourself, and when that control bar goes down, I think that's when things are going to start acting a little weird, where you try to attack the enemy and you end up attacking one of the neutral units, or even attack yourself if things are not really looking good for the RNG. So what do you mean when you say you're working on a YouTube concept? Are you saying a concept for your YouTube channel? What do you mean by that? Like a redesign of the YouTube website as a whole. Sounds like quite the project, my friend. And then are you going to go to Google and say, hey, this is a better design for YouTube? All right, neutral unit. Now hopefully these guys are just plug and play. Maybe we're going to have to add 5 more states. Okay, so CSS framework called UI Kit. Sounds interesting. Worked especially well with VS Code extension. Like a Chrome extension, you mean? Yes, states. So I don't even know if the neutral units need any custom logic yet. So right now they're just attacking. Control states. That just went to the top of my list of one idea of names that I have for my project. That's actually pretty sick. Okay, so we'll have, this will be fun. We'll have a neutral unit called attacker and a neutral unit called healer. And we'll just see if they work. Or states control if you prefer. I kind of like control states better. States control. State control. Yeah, I kind of like control states. Or you could stylize it like the control key, CTRL, plus states. Okay, so attacker, max health of 8, doesn't need any control. Action amount, we'll say -3. It is controllable. It is going to need a health slider. It's not going to need a control bar. It will need an action button. Would that work? If Kerchar is neutral unit. Let's see. I don't think I've actually ever done that before. Huh. Cool, it worked. Don't you love it when you just try something and it works? Okay, so give it a variable name and use it in your code after that. All right. Cool. I like it, I like it, I like it. Yeah, no need for it right now, right here, but good to keep in mind. Somewhere in between playable and out of control. No idea if it should be proud or not, but I do know I need to sleep. I mean, it sounds like your game fits the theme of the jam pretty well. Anyways, yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to be live tomorrow as I cross the finish line of the jam as well. I'm going to probably be going for a little while longer. I don't know how long I'm going to stay on tonight, but going strong for now. And thanks for stopping by. Hope you can, hope you do well on the rest of your jam. Definitely submit it to me when you're done. And come hang out tomorrow if you can. Later. Later. 16 hours, 30 minutes left on the jam. That's right. And my battle state machine count is only at 15. Plenty of time to get the last 5. $235 submissions. It's pretty good for about halfway through. Oh yeah, that number is going to go way up. Yeah, I mean, if you have the time, I say take the time, you know? Might as well. I mean, you can always kind of, have your submission and keep cleaning it up and updating it up until the deadline. Yeah, it's not going to say in your final results, oh, finished 473 out of 18,924. As long as you finish before the deadline, you're good to go. Yeah, that's a great point about hosting my own game jam. I definitely want to get together with like Charles and some of the other um, guys on YouTube here and put together like a kind of like a community jam. I think that's something that I definitely want to do. So, um, yeah, no announcements at the time, but yeah, I think that would be super fun. And especially if there's not, like 18,000 entries, then we could get more of a chance to play more of them. Any dot systems? Nope. Staying as far away from dots as I can right now. I don't have dot systems, but I do have 15 battle action states, as you can tell by the battle action state counter. But yeah, no, dots is cool, of course. Obviously, I'm super into it, but I've been using it quite a bit, so I wanted to take a break from it. And but yeah. How about you? Are you just stopping in? Are you participating in the game jam at all? And yeah, the health action type, I still am having a string for what it's called, so it can be displayed on the button. But the enum is kind of so I can like choose whether it's like an attacker or a healer when I'm setting up the character. Yeah, I mean, 18,000 entries. That'd be a lot to go through. I mean, even 100 games is quite a bit to play. even in like the weeks after Ludum Dare, it's tough for me to play 100 games. That's a lot. Could add a string for target stat, and then you could just change that from health to control. Okay, you could add a string for target stat, then you could just change that from health to control, no additional actions needed. So instead of having like another action for like a control action, you just have the health action, heal action, health action. It's a good point. I need to start implementing this. You get some of the missions through Itch to Search. There's one called Control is an Illusion. I kind of like that name. And the character, instead of doing character stats health, you go to character stats action target stat. Ah. Okay, I'm going to step away for half a second, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, we back. Control heal, control attack. Okay, so the character has a public health action type. Okay, and then I'm going to create another neutral unit. And then, so this one's going to be like a healer. Okay. Okay. So play will begin the battle. Player turn begins. So now we can attack, attack, and heal. Cool. See how well this works. So let's go ahead and queue up an attack on the enemy. We'll queue up an attack on the healer. And then the healer will leave for now. End the turn. Player attacked big boss for -2 hit points. Attacker attacked healer for -3 hit points. And I like how, this is cool, I like how the it's like happening in real time. Like not everyone's stats decrease, and then it displays everything out. So that's exactly what I wanted. Big boss attacks player for -5 hit points. Player turn begins. So now we'll see if we can heal ourselves. We'll attack the big boss, attack the big boss. End turn. Healer healed player for -3 hit points. That's not how you heal. Oh boy. Okay. Player attacked big boss for -2 hit points. Attacker attacked big boss for -3 hit points. Big boss attacked player for -5 hit points. Player ran out of health. You lost. Heck yeah. That's a video game. That's a video game. $60, please. Thank you very much. Let's actually get this healer to heal. But I mean, look, that just goes to show you how good it is to have a good code foundation. Because I just dropped those neutral units in like 10 minutes. And yeah, I mean, there was some cleanup. But it just works. Boom. Boom indeed. That's so sick. include the other 5 states as DLC. The other 5 states are going to be in loot boxes, and there's an 80% chance that you can get a state that you already have. Okay. Just going through and removing a couple of these debug statements. That we don't necessarily need anymore. I don't even think the player needs the state changed function, because that's all held in the battle controller. Healer healed for 3 hit points. That's how you heal. Player attacked Big Boss for -2 hit points. You won. Sweet. I think to avoid that problem, the action amount will get converted to negative if it's attack in here. So you cleaned it up better now. No need to have lots of things hit the event anymore. Yep. Cool. So if it's amount, then amount is going to equal negative amount. Otherwise, we'll set amount equal to positive amount. And then that way, it's not going to say this person attacked this person for -2 hit points. It's just going to say this person attacks this person for 2 hit points, because that's how video games work. Player turn begins. Attack. Attack. Seal the enemy. Why not? Wait, it's still showing that. -5. Oh. If you add this later, you can always say amount equals amount times source heal modifier. Yeah. So it gets the amount from the action. So here I can just do math dot absolute value of amount. The negatives weren't in the constructors; they were in Unity. But it's still just looking at the final amount value of that action, which was negative. Cool. Looks good to me. I really want to create a build so you guys can mess around with it and break it. But it does take a good couple minutes. Could look at some things in my code while this is building. Neutral units completed. Now on to control. Exactly. So the neutral unit, this is going to have a public int for control cost. Now, I know you were thinking about putting the control cost as an action. I'm going to think about how I want to do that for a sec, or if I even want to do it that way. So yeah, this is going to have to look at the source control cost. You know what's amazing? This is like a turn-based control point RPG. The two neutrals are like point A and point B. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I had a total brain fart. I didn't know what you meant for a sec. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, and I like the idea that like you can like take out some of the neutral units if they're giving you a hard time. And I think this control cost actually should just go on the base character, and then the control cost is basically just set to 0 for the player and the enemy. And then that way, I can look at the source. You have the neutral unit. All right, we back? We back? Let me know if we're back. I think we're back. Under 16 hours until the GMTK jam ends. I'm back. All right, we good. We good. Maybe that was a bit of a blessing in disguise for the stream to crash, because I think the delay is actually a little bit lower than it was. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting about having a control stat for the neutral units. I think kind of the initial idea I at least want to stick with for now, where you can just take control of them as much as you want, only at the expense of your control resource. So anyways, now so when I set up these actions, for here, char action. I think I need to commit to GitHub as well. What did I even do? Oh, failed building WebGL player. I wonder if that happened when OBS crashed and everything. Oh well. Neutral units. That's what I added. Okay. So I feel like the execute method is really where I want the control stat to go down. thinking of different ways that I could do this. Let's jam it up. Well, but I think what's happening is I set the source as the unit that's like actually dealing the damage. So in the case of the neutral units, the yeah. So I think what you're saying is correct. So in the case of the neutral units are the source, and then say the enemy is the target. However, we need to decrement the health from the player. And my only hesitation about making that into its own action is I don't want that to print out another string of dialogue. So I want the neutral units, you can basically control them whenever. So exactly like how it is right here. So basically I want to say, begin battle. So if we say attack the enemy, that's fine. And then the neutral unit attacks the enemy. Now we end the turn. It says player attacked Big Boss for 2 hit points. Now we go next. Now it says attacker attacked Big Boss for 3 hit points. The attacker is the neutral unit. So basically at this phase, when it displays this and it decrements the health of the enemy, at the exact same time, I want the control bar for the player to decrement, because the player controlled that neutral unit, if that makes sense. So control is kind of the amount of influence you have over those neutral units in the field. Yes, exactly. The bots can also use neutral units. Awesome. I'm glad you're on board with it. So now I wonder if it just comes down to just expanding this health action a little bit more. So yeah, we'll have a cost. So okay, so now I don't want to make this too complicated, but so we're gonna have a source, a target, as well as a controller. And these are all character classes. So if source is not a neutral unit and target is a neutral unit, modify control. Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. Basically, I'm not going to like worry about checking whether it's a neutral unit or not. I'm just going to set the control cost to 0 for the player. And then basically every turn in the background is just going to decrement that control cost. So if you're controlling one of the neutral units, you know, your control cost or your control meter goes down. And then if you're just attacking generally, then your control cost goes down, but by 0 points. Yeah. And I actually don't think I need this int amount in here. We're just breaking things. It's all good. Battle state is equal to process player actions, and source is neutral unit. And you get either the player or enemy and modify their control. Yeah, that's a good point. You could see if it's you could decrement the okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying about you could see, oh, if it's the enemy's turn, then decrement the enemy side. The only problem with that is if I were to ever like expand this where you could have, you know, multiple team members, then you would want only the control meter for that particular team member to decrement. But so yeah, I'll just stick with what I'm doing for now then. Consider making a new method in your character class called public virtual void selected. Yeah. Now when you target something, you can see that they've been selected and you can set the controller there. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll probably end up having to do that. Okay, control cost. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that the enemy AI could, yeah, select it there as well. And then were you just saying earlier to just have like a modify stat, and then I could have modify just using one method, just modify the health, control, passing in the source, the amount. Yeah, that's a good point, because I think I am setting up the actions. I think I'm actually setting up the actions in. Am I doing it in the UI controller? No, I'm calling character action. Or I'm just assigning that in there. Then so you think just change modify health, just add a string component that takes in either health or control, and then modifies the stat that it needs to. Right. Character source. Well, I mean, if we have the source, then we don't need to pass in the amount. Because the source, yeah, the source has the amount. So I don't even need to pass in the amount. I mean, realistically, we can get this all from source, because it has the action type enum. Wait, no, what am I thinking? What if I stat character source string stat name int amount? Yeah, no, we still need the amount. Yeah. And here we'll just check if oh, this updates the health UI as well. You know what? I'm just gonna yeah, UI should take in the health and update the correct bar. I'm just gonna make a different one for modify control. That's fine. Yeah, just called update UI. And then it just updates both. Yep, there you go. Yeah, yeah, it's a jam game. No need to get crazy with it. Trust me, I'm on board with what you're saying totally, but you know, can have a little bit of spaghetti code from time to time. I mean, it's not really even that much spaghetti. It's just could be better. 0% spaghetti. I mean, the most elegant jam code to ever existed. I know. We're like thinking through this. We have 15 states. 15. We could use some more, though. We could use some more. Mamma Luigi. Okay. Yeah, I don't even think I need the source on the modify control because that's just happening in the background. So modify control by source dot control cost. All right, fingers crossed. Okay, so we'll go to the player, control cost of 0, enemy, control cost of 0, neutral unit, control cost, we'll just make it a control cost of 1. Because max control is 10, so that's fine. And then on the healer, we'll have it as a control cost of 5, just so it's like obvious that it's picking the correct amount of control cost. Fingers crossed. Okay, begin battle. So if we attack the enemy, and then we'll say, we'll have this guy attack the enemy. Go ahead and end the turn. No reference exception. What's up with that? Controller. I need to set the controller when I set up my action. Close. Thought we were gonna have it. Okay. And that wouldn't be a problem if I did the question mark equals. But I'll do that because we don't need to set the controller when we're attacking as the player. But when we're attacking with one of the neutral units, when we select one of the neutral units, then we do. Won't work, but won't crash. Not bad. So yeah, I think that's where you're kind of talking about making the select method. So yeah, here's where I set the target character. So in my UI, we spawn the action button, battle controller instance player selected action. Char character action. Okay, need to think. Awesome. Thanks for stopping by, Gary. For hanging out for a while. I don't know how much longer I'll be on tonight, but I'll definitely be back at it tomorrow. I really appreciate all the help you've given me so far. But it's rolling. Things are coming along. I'm super excited with what we've made so far. And yeah, I'll catch you next time. Whenever you're back. Or next time. Devanshu, are you saying good night because you're leaving, or are you just saying good night to Gary? It's midnight here. All right, I still got a couple hours to go before midnight. It's about 8:30 p.m. and I'm feeling good. I'm cruising. But yeah, definitely get your rest. Were you participating in the jam? I know I don't want to keep you too long if you need to get to bed. But were you participating in the jam? If so, make sure you submit your game to me. We got a link probably scrolling across the top or somewhere down in the description where you can submit your game to me, and I'm going to be playing everyone's games who participated in the jam. If you submit them to me, I'm going to be playing them on a live stream on Tuesday, and we can just kind of hang out, have some fun, play the games, and yeah, I'm really excited to see what you all come up with, and we can talk about some of the things that I think you could do better in your game, some of the things that I think you did really well in your game, and so yeah, it's definitely exciting. So yeah, it looks like you are participating in the jam, so definitely get your sleep, and then when you wake up, feel free to, what am I, I don't know what I'm saying, and yeah, just jam hard for those last couple hours. Um, that's the most exciting part. Is just those last couple hours leading up to the submission deadline, and submit your game. Feel free to submit it to me as well if you want. And yeah, best of luck. Let us know how things go. Awesome. Appreciate the well wishes. Catch you later. Okay. So let me think here. So I need to add the controller to the action. So I'm actually creating the actions, or not necessarily creating them, but setting values within here. I think I know what I'm gonna have to do. So I'm gonna have a private character for the selected character. And then we're gonna set this when we click the button. And player selected action curchar.character action. I think instead of taking in the action, we'll take in the player or the character. And I have that in here. Okay. Beautiful. Great. So now in the battle controller, when we set the current action target, we can also set cur action dot controller. Does that need to be public? Yeah, I'll just put this on the base class. Okay. This should work masterfully. All right, hitting the play button here. Exciting times, exciting times. So begin the battle. Player turn begins. Go ahead and say attack the enemy and attack the enemy. So in theory, the control should decrement by 1 when this guy attacks. So we'll end the turn. The player attacks for 2 hit points. Perfect. No reference exception. Shocker. Or unassigned reference exception. Ooh. Where does that come from? UI controller 149. Update control UI. I mean, I do want to change that to call it cur control bar slider. Is it? Well, so this is just being called from here, right? Yeah. And this is being called from here. From execute, modify control, source control cost. And yeah. Control bar go has not been assigned to. I hope it's not trying to, like, I feel like it's trying to, oh, I know why. Because I need to set the controller to the player, not whoever is selected. Need to set it to the unit that is controlling other units rather than the one that's selected. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, if this is the case, we can just set this to the player. Need to snack on some cashews. Brain food. think I'm gonna have to have some type of select function on the base character class. This is what programming is all about. Just staring at a screen for minutes on end with no ideas coming to mind. You can just stand up and stretch. Anyone else in the chat? Looks like we got a couple viewers still. How's it going, everybody? Just checking in. Is it hot where you are? It's hot where I am. Really want to get this working and get a good build going for you guys before I drop off the stream. I just need to think this through for a sec. Yeah, I guess we'll just call selected. Have I committed to GitHub recently? Oh, I'll wait until it's finished implementing the control stat modification. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of play the game and think this through. Let's begin battle. Player turn. So if we, the player, I click attack. Now I'm kind of in this selection phase. And then I select the main enemy. We're the source, we're the controller, and this is the target. If I control one of the enemies, so I say attack, and then attack the enemy, the source is this guy, and that's set fine. The target is this guy, and that's set fine. But the controller needs to be the player. So now we'll end the turn. Okay, we're running through some errors, but what needs to happen then, when it's the enemy's turn, if the enemy takes control of one of the enemies, it needs to properly set the controller to be the enemy. So that's what's happening. And I mean, I could just set all right, well, I'm just going to grab the player. And drop it in there. So as of now, the enemy can't control any of the other units, but that's fine. Begin battle. Begin battle. I can talk. Attack, 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 attack. End the turn. Attack the boss. Attacker attack the boss. The health bar did, or the control bar did not go down. So I need to figure out why that is. So let's heal ourselves. Attack and attack. End the turn. So the control bar is actually not going down. So it does say it's modifying control by 1. Oh. Increasing control. So we go to the control cost. We'll just pass in negative control cost. Okay, positives and negatives. Easy peasy. We got this. We got this. Begin battle. Player turn begins. Attack, 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 attack. End turn. Attack. Beautiful. Control goes down. Big Fran, I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Are you participating in the GMTK jam this weekend? Or are you just hanging out, having fun? What's going on? So now, if we heal the main character, our control points should go down quite a bit. And they do. Beautiful. It's exactly what we want to happen. Sweet. So now we need to do a check if we have enough control points to take control of said neutral unit. Okay. So we'll do this. Say if found p dot character stats at control cur minus targeted character dot control cost is less than or equal to 0. Greater than 0. Then we can go ahead and add the current action. Otherwise we won't. So we can test that right now. So we'll say the enemy is only going to attack us for 1. So we can kind of test a little bit. Alright, so begin battle. He attacks. He attacks. End the turn. Go through. We'll call... Let's attack that guy. Heal that guy. End the turn. So now we can try to heal. It still heals. Right, because I'm doing the check in the wrong place. I guess we want to do the check on the button level. So player selected action. So here we can say if the well, I guess we'll need this too. Okay, begin battle. Attack. And heal. End the turn. Now, yeah, we can't heal because we don't have enough control. We can still attack. Nice. That's a little bit of a bug. But that can be fixed later. I feel like I've hit a little bit of a wall right now. So I'm going to go ahead and create a quick little build for you guys before I drop off. So you can mess around with it. WebGL build. There we go. How's everyone going? Is anyone still hanging out here? We can hang out for the last couple minutes while this thing builds. Pretty happy with the progress on the game so far. Obviously, there's not a whole lot of art in it, so that's pretty much what tomorrow is going to be consisting of. I think one of the bigger challenges is going to be enemy AI. So that's going to be, I'm probably just going to kind of randomize it a little bit. But under 15 hours until the GMTK jam ends. But it's going well so far. If anyone out there in the chat is participating in the jam as well, let us know how it's going. Once again, you can submit your game to me at tmg.dev/gmtk2020-build. It's going up across the top of the screen right here. Actually, no. That's where you can play the game. You can play the game after that. You can see the source code here. Live task list, which I haven't been super diligent on updating, but that's there if you want to see it. But you can submit it at tmg.dev/gmtk2020-submit. It's gonna come over from right here. Yep, come over here, and yeah, you can submit your game to me, and I'll play it on a live stream on Tuesday. Tuesday at 9 a.m. Pacific time. We'll be going and playing through everyone's games, just hanging out, having fun, enjoying the success of the games that we created over the 48-hour game jam. I'm a big fan of the GMTK jam so far. No complaints. But yeah, I mean, I got up today, went for a little bit of a run, and basically just kind of hit development hard at the beginning of today. Streamed for about 2.5 hours earlier today, and I've been live for just over 6 hours just right now. And I'm hitting a little bit of a wall. I don't know how much more development I'll be able to get done tonight, but I want to rest up, get going tomorrow. But anyways, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of action going in the chat, so I'm just going to go ahead and drop off, but I will get this build updated and put on itch.io so you guys can all play. Of course, the link is just going to be the same, GMTK 2020-build, tmg.dev/GMTK 2020-build. But it's been a long day. It's been a long weekend. And there's still 14 hours, 46 minutes, and 36 seconds